Hello. It is time. All right. Okay, first of all, there's been a comment on here for like a while and I just haven't seen it because I don't know if I already clicked on it or something, but there's a comment here. Yeah. I think I already had the fix for this. I was just like saying I'm not really sure if it's necessary. I did this. Let me just double check by. But they need to update the priority on each joint individually. I remembered seeing this shouldn't be needed because from the outside everything is a joint 3D. Joint 3D always has the priority after running configure joint. Do you agree this ensures priority will match? Change directly, the setter already passed it to physics, which directly sets on the constraint. Specific line is here, is 108, which leads to the code already written. Joint set solver priority. Looks like if in the code duplication, every joint does the same two things when reconfiguring, confusing today about where some logic should actually go. A version right now that adds update priority, but that was really starting to look terrible, so I also move all three to a new update joint method, which just calls all three methods. That method is not replacing the part on all joints. You can just for how to just pull these entirely out of the individual joints and move them to the main configure joint method. It would require adding iterations. Oh yeah. This update iterations. Update enabled, I think, is available. Update iterations is not available through the API. So I've created an MRP where the constraint priority is lost. The trick is this script. Okay, so it's already configured and we update the lower limit. So just try and recreate the joint, the constraint at which point the priority constraint is 0 again. It is configured to 4. Okay. Do I have anything here right now? Right, I do. I've deleted like all the physical bone simulator stuff that's been hard-coded into the skeleton for some reason. Okay, let me just sim this. I've been running with it, so it should be good. Is it called Physical Bone Simulator? Physical... Physical Bone Simulator 3D. Okay. Now I flip over to... The thing is, this doesn't sound like... This sounds like it's just lost. Which is weird. Or I just missed it? What are the changes right now that I have? 4 files changed? That's not enough. Yeah, that's just not enough. Okay, let me just do a response. Hello? Hello? Can I use... Alright. I guess I don't really have to do a quote. Wait, was this not enough? Hang on, hang on. He says he has it. Because what's supposed to happen is when... Huh. Build, actually, okay. I guess there's just, yeah, I mean, okay. The joints are a mess, to be honest. But is there, I guess is there a path? There's a path. Call jolt hinge joint rebuild. Set parameter. Can we... I never remember which one it is because sometimes it's a dash dash list and sometimes it's just the word list. Okay. What? Add jolt constraint cheese. Have diverged. Right, because I am, like, just overriding stuff. Okay, so what's... Can I do that? Yeah. Sweet, okay. So if all these are calling, those are the rebuilds. So jolt hinge, he specifically looked at the hinge joint. I guess I'll look at that. Just so you can be sure. Right, so rebuild deletes it. Build fixed, build hinge. I guess, like, I mean, this is just the weird thing about it, right? Limits changed. Rebuild. Yeah, limits changed, rebuild. Ah, okay. No, it does make sense. Because my thinking was that jolt joint would kind of... My assumption was that rebuild is only getting called from the outside, and it's not. Right. Or... no. Where was I looking? Okay, so if I call... well, I mean, he doesn't actually do physics server, he just calls set parameter. Set parameter, in this case, goes to voice shaking for some reason. Goes here. We go to set parameter, is configured hinge joint set parameter. Okay, so at that point we jump all the way into... at that point we jump straight over to the actual jolt hinge joint itself. I just opened the same file twice. Or no, I didn't. At that point we jump into there, and that removes it. Which destroy... I guess, yeah, destroy is just written out here. Okay. Interesting, okay. Yeah, because that doesn't call configure joint. I was assuming that configure joint is always being called... what is this file? Hinge joint. Yeah, my thought was update joint is called. Anytime the joint is rebuilt, it's called from here. Which runs configure joint, which goes here and does whatever it does. But then after that, I would do this. So yeah, I definitely have to... okay. I mean, it is insane that we just, yeah, we are like literally destroying and rebuilding an entire joint just to effectively change, just to call one value on a non-constant struct. Um, I will just double check this definitely still builds though. Well, actually, I think I'm using it right now. I think I'm using it right now. Let me see if I'm using it. No, what? No, my one. Mine. This one. Yeah, I think it's probably gonna be right here. Yeah. Okay. So doing this should just, yes, send what I've already been running. Hopefully, I didn't make a change to it and fix it on my side and then not fix it here. I just want to be like totally sure that this is definitely the same thing. Just gonna look at every line. Probably good. Why does this scroll so much further? Hang on, what? This is such a longer scroll. Oh, man. I was trying to like match it up so I can click back and forth without like seeing any change. I guess I can probably do this. And then I'm like basically lined up. Yes, that's the same on both. Cone twist joint, that's the same on both. I don't know why sometimes it like does this change and sometimes it does different change. Is there like a spacing thing? And is this like spacing? No, it's a tab. I don't understand what's going on with that. Like identical line changes and it's doing this. Very weird. Hinge joint, same thing. Deleting that line. What? Okay, it's scrolled differently on both. All right. One. Yep, it's all the same. I guess because the bottom is clipped differently. And then those two are the same. Okay. Cool. How does he see it though? Also, he says put a breakpoint on there. How do you put a breakpoint? I don't know how to do that. I guess I would just be like running it through. I mean, yeah, I'd have to like do a debug build and then run it through the debugger. I don't even know how to do that though. I can't do that. I'm not on Windows. That's too hard for me to figure out. A C debugger is beyond me. Okay, wait, I'm actually a little confused now. So this is in, that's got to be in Jolt. But then he says in here, it's, which these point to the same place. They should be at least. I don't know. Hope this doesn't have a random failure on whatever failed last time for no reason. I mean, I guess I should try that, right? How do I make a new... I guess I may as well just, like, download it. I wish there was, like, something with, like, extracting zip files that it would just recognize. Let me... I mean, not that I don't trust, but I'm just gonna be sure that I can open this. It's always good. Because what I did was I extracted it and I told it the destination folder, and the zip file already contained the top level folder of an exact same name. Oh, I guess it wasn't the exact same name. Okay, everything there's probably gotta be good. There's no add-ons with executable binaries. What? Where'd it go? Okay, try that again. It just, like, it just closed. The file browser just closed. I guess I clicked something in a way that it did not like. This project was last edited in Godot 4.7. What? Godot 4.7. Okay. Right. So how would I don't actually know how to inspect that. I think I can probably just do, like, no, this would just be like physics server 3D joint get solver priority. Why don't you like this? Because my tab is using... Interesting. Yeah, so I just run the line twice, and then I do a pass. Breakpoint there. What is this? Okay. Run it. So if I step over the priority, I should see 4 right now. 4 is the priority, and this is also the fix. Priority still reads 4. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's good. I guess I may as well reply and say that I tested it. Okay, let me see what the... What is actually the line of code that I just ran? Okay. I'll just mention it. Though I'm sure they'll try it anyway. This. Wait a second. Why is the task text gone? No way. You're not telling me the fonts are broken again. Oh my god. What is wrong with OBS? Is it OBS? I just feel like it's gotta be OBS. I don't know how does that happen? How do you fail to load the font? It just literally, like doesn't load the font. And I have to keep going back to everything and like fixing the font. I just click select font, I click one font, and I click the font that I want it to be. And then they show up. How? Because it must be like... It must be that it tries to, it like calls the load or it doesn't call the load and like an error is returned and it doesn't retry. Like that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Did I compile? I did not compile. I got away with not compiling. So, I can add one. Okay. All right, so what's I want to get the beam joints to appear. So I need to make a custom resource for those. And then I have to put that in as a thing. So did I ever commit that resource? Because I know I made a resource file. I know I did. And then I got rid of it because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not going to use this now. I need to like change my pinned repository so I can actually like click into here. I'm gonna do that right now. The Godot one. Where's Planet Game? That's probably it. There we go. Make it a little bit faster. Because it's a deleted file. Wait, where would it be at? It would be in Node. Can I see the history of this folder? What happened here? Did I delete the file here? Because I think that I committed the file and then deleted it. I think I did. Yep. Oh no, I just deleted it. Okay, so hey Yulia. I don't know if I reacted to that as soon as it appeared or if I just happened to look, because I feel like I saw the message load in. Yeah, I think I just want this whole thing back, right? Yeah, I think I just want the whole thing back. So, can I copy the entire file? The whole thing. Copy the file. Guess who's back to Windows SSH 5.8 with Neuralink on my brain? Not you? I don't think you're doing that. I'm just going to say that I don't think you're doing that. Bang. File is back. And in fact, I will copy the UID and forcibly bring back exactly the same file. Which part or all of it? Maybe just all of it. Maybe all of it. Not Windows. Not opening Unreal Engine. No Neuralink. That shouldn't mess anything up, right? I don't think it does any caching like that. I think it does the caching by loading that UID file. Okay, well, the whole thing is back. Why? Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. that super confused me when I wrote git diff and it just didn't show me that. How do I see the file? How do I... Whatever. Whatever. I don't need to. Okay, so is it yaw, upper, lower? The body positions, relative attachment positions. I would like to... I need a tag or a value that says, like, attached to main body. Maybe this should be first. I don't know. This is like a weird, kind of a weird place. Let's make one of these. That one. Let's do. I guess it'd be like tibia. Tibia beam joint. Or it would be like, not actually that. Because I have these things. So I think it'd be like tibia front back, something like that. Let me click here and then try to rename this. I was going to say left or right, but I think that's just, I can determine that. I don't need to make that an option to say like, yeah, treat this as like, update the settings if we're a left or right thing, whatever. So I call it an FB, I don't know, front back. I already have Windows installed on a gaming one, so I'm already a Windows PC. I'm 6 gigabytes out of 12 on Unreal. I don't know why I thought it's 30 gigabytes. Well, I believe Unreal is a lot like Windows. The more memory you have available, the more it's gonna use. Like to an aggressive amount. Next, PCG MetaHumans first person template. Yeah, look at, like, open up the MetaHumans template. Or whatever it is. Like, where there's like 5 of them or something. And you can switch between them, and some of them are like on a path and they run back and forth. And they're like ragdoll. I had to set everything as low as possible to run that. I could barely even have that scene, have that project file open. Well, actually, I think fortunately they already started with like a lot of the visual quality of the characters is really, really low. I have a 4090. We are not the same. Yeah, we're not. You're right. I arguably have a better GPU. Despite it being several years older. Okay, what did I just say that I needed? No, I just know that I needed everyone, and then I would turn that on, and then I would... Yeah, okay. So now the idea is one of these parts, the tibia part, has this custom resource, and I turn that on. Open the output, just see if anything happens. And then I'll be adding... It's meant to be loading any kind of resource that I want, so that I don't have to extend a certain type. Well, actually, I guess there's no reason for me to not extend a certain type, is there? But the downside of making you extend a certain type means if you already have a type list set up with some extension on it, then you have to... Yeah, you would have to like go in there and add a middle ground to make it work. And no updates. That GPU is literally on survival mode. This GPU was just... They just made them different. They literally made them fundamentally different. Okay, so we got the custom joint resource. Now, in order to make this actually update, I have to have some kind of... I mean, yeah, I basically have to go to... I have to go to crawlerbot and have a button just to update that. Huh. I'm okay with deleting everything for now, manually, and then clicking build. I'm fine with doing that. But is that annoying enough that I need to go ahead and make it so that this will actually deal with all that? The thing is, only crawler character has the connection between the leg resource update function and the physical skeleton. Or actually even the chain. It technically knows which chain is assigned to what leg. I'm just thinking if there's any way I can wire it so that when I click build, or when I load it, it kind of saves that leg function. So if I were to go to the part and add a custom resource, it would immediately call that leg function I gave it from before. I don't know if that's... I can imagine a way where that function changes depending on the setup. Maybe, I mean, maybe it should just be like the chain remembers that callable and I set that callable. And that's provided down to every part. So when a part sees that its resource change, it has that function that it needs to call. But the issue there is that no, it's actually, that actually should be okay because every part is a node. I can't connect it via the resource, but I can connect it via the part itself. So here's what I will do. I will make that happen. So I can just click add and it will call that method. And I will immediately get like an error because it's going to return false or something. So in the build, and in fact, some of this needs to go to the ready. Load legs. Yeah, so I'm always calling prepare if not is initialization. I mean, I guess it should only be like that, right? So let's go here. We would locate the chain, and I'd say chain prepare custom joints. Maybe I should do like chain set. Because otherwise it's ambiguous about if I pass it and it drops it, or if I pass it and it remembers it. Okay, here's the problem with remembering it. If I delete the leg, it's gonna maintain that reference. So because of all that, I'm out. Actually, I'm out. I will not have it cache that. I will just have to call it every time. So I'll just make another button that does this. Which, yeah, prepare custom joints just means whoa. Yeah, whatever I was saying, I lost it. I lost that sentence. I want one of the joints that's like, that just looks like it's a joint kind of thing. Like maybe I just type joint and I can see them. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use that one. So I've got a method. I think I just copied it so I could just do that. Yep. Okay. I will be right back. I'm back. Alright, update custom joints. Pretty much just needs to repeat. Yeah, it just has to do this with each leg. And I don't really know if it needs to do anything that's like special. Yeah, I can't think of anything because this is just... I mean, I want to leave the method and I want to leave it with the separation. So that if I want to use this logic anywhere else, I can just... I don't have to pull in any of this editor, save yourself, save people from themselves stuff. Yes, this will go through here. It will find... It needs a callable, it needs the main body. It'll find the chain, it'll make sure it's valid. And then it calls this. This will go through every single part. If any of them are not valid, we stop. And then... that's going to be broken until I reload the scene. And then we call parts prepare custom joints, which just... yeah, just runs through... It runs through the joint list. I think it probably needs to go the other way around. I think it needs to go the other way around. Okay, prepare custom joints. I don't want it to create anything. I mean, the joint has to exist, right? So... yeah, I don't... okay. There's a thing here where I do not want changing the resource to instantly create nodes. I don't want that to happen. The node should already exist. It will just apply changes to their configurations, is all it should do. So if the joint doesn't exist, it's not going to do anything. So I actually can't really... that's not a thing I can do. So I actually can't do this. Which is okay that I can't do it. Just going to delete this. For build crawler, I will have this do something a little bit different. I want to have it clear in build. I guess I could also just have build chain check if the chain exists, and if the chain does exist, it's going to go through, grab every node that is not owned, pull it out, and then any node that is owned, because I guess the thing is I don't want to delete, I want it to be safe that I can add a node in here and I can like click build, and if it had some sort of custom resource or anything like that that wasn't saved to disk, I don't want that to just be dropped. So, but I also suppose it's maybe, you know what? I'm going to say this. I'm not going to have the owned. Well, actually, here's what I will do. I'm going to check for this to exist. If I find anything, if I find any node in here underneath the chain that I'm about to drop that does not have meta owned, I'm going to First thing, scan everything. If I find any node that doesn't have it, I don't delete any of it. I say, hey, I found this node that I didn't make. You need to remove it or move it somewhere else, because I'm gonna drop the whole chain, and I don't want to make an assumption about what could happen. It could be possible that if I take the node and I'm like, oh, we'll just be nice and move it out, doing that could just cause a problem. There could be code. I could end up causing code to execute that a person was not expecting to run. So if they have some kind of fragile piece like that, it needs to be in a very special part, or something crazy might happen, then they can know that, and they can know, okay, well, let me go in here, change some setting that allows me to move it, or I just move it manually and it's going to be fine. Like I move it to the spot that I will be safe at. Whatever the node's going to do. So yeah, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to look for any .news. And if they're a node, I need to set the meta owned. So I'll just copy that line. Okay, so everything there seems good. I have a new here. So this case, I need to do this as well. I set meta owned. That's the only new that I see. Physical skeleton. Chain root. Same thing. Okay, why did that one paste like that? Weird. Set meta owned. Query. Okay. And then part, I'm just going to make sure that this one... There is actually a case where... Yeah, I need to make sure that this one... Yeah, we set meta owned on that one. I'm going to put that up there, actually. I want this to be the first meta that I set. Everywhere that I do it. Should be the first thing I do after I make the node. With the exclusion of the name. I'll allow the name to be first. Did I look at everything actually? Very cool. So here's what this will do. I would like to just connect this to a function that will call, just call it rebuild crawler. Actually, just make a new function called rebuild crawler. And I'll change this to editor rebuild crawler. Do this. This will delete. And I'll actually collect, like, for the thing, I think what I'll do is I'll actually go through and physical skeleton needs like an editor rebuild as well. This needs to be like a custom thing, actually. Yeah, here's what I would like to do. I want Physical Skeleton to have its own editor type method, and I just want to call that. So maybe what I can do is I can say like, yeah, I'll just say like rebuild brawler, and I'll do like a bind true. That's my idea. Yeah, it'll be like this. Did you update to 4.7? Yeah, so I just did like a test earlier, and it said this project was made with 4.7, but it's not on Steam yet. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why they're so slow with Steam. I feel like Steam is... I mean, there is, right? I'll just look. Wait, okay, let me go to... Oh, this is just now. Okay, there's like a 5-day-old project that for this that he sent, and it said this was made with 4.7. I'm like, 4.7, okay, I didn't know that was... Why has he got that? This was literally just now. This wasn't like 5 days ago. It actually was just now. Yeah, it's not gonna be on Steam for a while. Hopefully it's not the case where I think last time it was like over a week before they put it on Steam. I'm hoping that this is just like they're just waiting for Steam to like run a virus check on it or something before they push it. And hopefully it'll be like a day or less. I'm gonna guess I may as well look. Okay, why? Oh, turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Don't use that. Just use dynamic spacing, which you're already using. Why are you splitting the word? Focused. Friction. They added lumen? No, they didn't. Oh, did they add lumen? No. HDR. They already had HDR. Control offset transforms. What? Rectangular light sources? Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that PR. Review of shaders? Also, the funny thing with area lights is I'm pretty sure I saw someone. Yeah, I was looking at someone's stream and they literally had an area light in Godot. So I guess they like pulled some. I guess there's like some other extension that was already written for it. I got my asset store. I don't even see the code. All I see is Fresnel albedo occlusion. Yeah, these guys are just like... They think they're jokesters. Told you the thumbnail man with blood. I watched it this morning. Just before I started the stream. That's cool, but I mean, I guess that'll be mostly useful for... I don't know, okay, so here's really what my problem is with Godot shaders right now, is that if it's like a pipeline shader, or if it's like slow to compile or something, there's just like a second of lag while I'm typing lines. Like I have to be... Like, I basically have to close the scene that I'm working on, write my code, and then I can open the scene, and then I can see the shader. Because otherwise, I'm like typing, like, oh, what's the name of the variable? Oh, shoot, and I have to wait 5 seconds for it to recompile, and, like, the screen is going to glitch out and go purple. And I'm going to get flashbanged. They need to fix that. They need to bump that up. In fact, they need to delete that, actually. I think they should just remove that and require you to hit save to recompile the shader and display it again. I think that's what they should do. Like, this is maybe fine, but I still see a problem because hopefully the breakpoint means I click and it will show me, and not that... I mean, they just need to do it on save, really. That's just incredibly distracting. I hate GIFs on my words. I hate GIFs with words. Stop it. That would never happen on Tim Sweeney's engine. Here's the one thing about Unreal Engine that I did like with visual scripting and even like doing, I think the shade, I'm not actually sure if there's... No, yeah, you have the visual shaders too. You had to click the button or hit save. You had to hit Control S or click the compile button, and then it would do it and start showing it. Godot is like, it's been 200 milliseconds since you typed the letter. Time to recompile the shader right now. I mean, I get the point of it is to have like syntax highlighting and linting as you type, but that should be split off from actually compiling and running the shader. Because a half-second delay where I can't interact, and I think it was even actually, I think it's actually at the point where for my atmosphere sky shader, it was actually more like 2 seconds. If I waited more than like 500 milliseconds between typing letters and there's a syntax error, it would freeze the whole application for like 2 seconds. I couldn't type anymore. Sky turns purple or white or whatever, or black, whatever color it would turn. And then it would show me the error. I'm like, yeah, I know, because I wasn't done writing the line yet. Like, you did it too fast. I won't if he related to Candy, huh? Okay, what is this? One of the most long-awaited features in Godot's GUI system has been to be able... I mean, okay. I think this is like... has been to be able. I mean, they just need a proofreader. Someone needs to proofread this. Like, seriously proofread it. I can see this definitely being like a native English speaker can write this phrase, but then like someone else comes in and reads it and I'm like, that's a really weird. This is just really weird. And they're like, okay, well, how do we fix it? Well, you just probably say, one of the most long-awaited features in Godot's GUI system has been to just delete this. Just delete be able to. Because you're kind of just repeating yourself. Has been to be able to. Has been to translate, rotate. Yeah, just literally delete that from the sentence. Scale a control node without it affecting the rest of the container. You can't do that? I'm confused. At least that's not AI. Yeah. AI wouldn't write that. Most notably used for animation, you really can't do that? I thought they already had those. Oh, I think what it is... No, I remember. Control nodes are either like anchored to a specific point on the screen, or if they're inside of a container that manages their layout, it's locked and you can't really move it. You would have to have a... the idea is you would put another control node inside of that, so it inherits the location, and then you would use an offset inside of a nested node. Someone's going to smooth the side of the view or fade away with a scale change. Apply the position rotation scale to the children. Yeah, so this is why you would, you have to like make another child node. Cool. Stop, do not put GIFs. Don't. This one's not as egregious because the whole thing isn't shaking and moving and taking up the entire screen. Oh wait, I can pause the video. Awesome. Okay, it doesn't remember if I scroll away. If I scroll away, it restarts it, so that's a little sad. If I scroll away and come back, it plays it again. The funny thing is, it's still on the same frame. I take the insult back, yeah. It stays in the exact same frame that I paused it on. So right here, it has this loop. And then it just starts playing right from there. Jeez. It's got to be a React app, right? I mean, they're running React. Wow, this is a long page. What are we running here? I don't actually know how to see if it's a React app. I don't know what the giveaway is. Well, I think the giveaway is that there's just no HTML on the page. Oh, it's not. I see a bunch of text here. This is a crazy list. Why? What? What is this? I've never seen this. Saw a quote when expecting an attribute name. Missing an equal sign. What? Hey, Denelin. End main tag, but there were open elements. They're not like writing out defer. Stray start tag script. What? Huh? How do they do this? Huh. How do they do this? They close the HTML and then they have like a second footer. And then they close the HTML again. Also, how does that happen? How does this happen? Also, it says there were open elements. Like, what's the open element? That would be cool to know. What was the open element? All right. Anyway. Continue going through it. Internet classic. It's loud. Thanks for that. The femur breaker. Okay. Creating games on Android. I don't know why they just decided to call it Gabe. Pause that video. Drawing on a texture to draw. Okay. SDR. What is happening? What is this slider moving automatically is really weird. I don't have HDR. It's just brighter. How is it not? I thought it was already supported. Path 3 to stop. Path 3D can now snap to colliders. Yeah, I mean, Path 3D has always just been unusable. The tool to draw a Path 3D has actually always been unusable because it would literally just never... It would just put it wherever the fuck it wanted to put it, honestly. I don't know why it wasn't installed before. YouTube must have broken the audio with a compression. No, I think that video is probably just that loud. And you probably just had it quiet. Trump should hire you as official complainer and nitpicker of the White House. Yeah, okay. Vector measurement tool. Display the lengths for each axis. Makes it users measure multiple lengths in one go, so it's measuring the size of a rectangular region. Switch to the ruler mode. Shift. Press and hold. Individual while shift is held, vector components are displayed. Okay, that's cool. First 3 minutes of the moment when he expresses burnout from the project he's been working on for 3 months. I mean, I've been thinking that he's just been like the guy who wanted to do the videos and he was just reading from scripts, but I guess if he's talking about that, and I think he says he's editing the video too, or I don't know. I really hope he's not actually like doing literally all of it on his own. That's crazy. Smoothing option. These guys gotta stop. They gotta stop. Creating a geometry. They inherit the smooth, sharp faces from the original mesh data. Creating geometry with... Assign smooth or sharp faces according to the smoothing. Okay. 3D vertex snapping. Placing meshes on a scene editor used to be tedious. Did it? Wasn't always what I tell it to place the edge of a level mesh flush to the tip of the one already present. A vertex snap will highlight the nearest vertex on the selected node's geometry. You know what's crazy? So Rydent was like doing something a few days ago and he was just complaining exactly about this. They didn't have the magnets. He wanted to align a CSG node to another one and he was like, why can't I snap it? Okay, that's a weird way to snap it actually. Okay, that's good. That's nice. That's great. That's awesome. This is a weird way to snap, but I guess it works for, you know, placing a character, I guess. This first bit where he's like dragging them in like that, that's great. That's awesome. Though I do prefer to have bodies be sized to precise decimal values and then placing them at precise decimal values so that I don't have to worry about I have a box that is 2.15872 or whatever the hell it would be size and then it's transformed as like some really huge decimal to align to something else with a really odd size and placement. But I guess it's nice because I can at least still be mindful of that and making sure things are the correct size. One-way collision support. Creating one-way collision. So the one-way collision direction, it was assumed that the one-way direction was locally up. What are they talking about? Creating one-way collisions for your... Oh. I think I get it. Do they mean like platformers? I guess they mean like there's a block, you can walk through it that way, but when you jump, you hit the top, or when you jump, you pass through it, and then when you land on it. Is that what they mean? That kind of idea? So that the one-way direction was locally up. Changing the shape itself. Oh, okay, so that was already there. They just have, now you can set the direction that is at, instead of being a hard-coded value. I mean, I could definitely say that it probably should have been configurable from the start, instead of a hard-coded direction. Gradient texture are now able to generate conic gradients. Okay. Improve tree drag and drop. There is actually sort of a bug where a certain reordering is impossible. Can I remember what that ordering is? Okay, I think this is what it is. If it's the last element on its list, and I do this, I'm like, okay, I want it at the bottom now. Okay, no, it actually isn't like that. What is it? What's the thing? Oh yeah, I can't make it, I can't drag it to the very bottom and make it a child of big crawler. I'm stuck to leaving it as child of skeleton. So I have to move it out here, and then I can move it down. No, then I still can't move it down. Yeah, that's, okay, so that's the bug. If I want this one to be beneath skeleton, I have to close it, and then I can open it. Otherwise, I'm like... And then I can't make it the last element inside of here. I have to drag it in and then drag it down. Yeah, okay. If that's what they fixed, then that's nice. Though it seems like they... I mean, looking at it, it should be what they fixed, because it looks like that's how this is working. Yeah, that left to right thing. Filter long pop-ups with a search bar. A short bar. Pop-up menu supports optionally showing a search dialog. Okay. Font size aware text label images. Okay. The focus element of user interface can move in unexpected ways. Ability to provide context. Landmark navigation, the screen reader. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to use that. Nearest neighbor scaling for viewports. I was talking about this like literally the other day. I was saying like I really wish Pixel games would just have this, because this is what Pixel games would normally look like. They'd be filtered like this or have no filtering. So if nearest, in air quotes nearest, is doing what I think it means, then that means if I say my screen resolution is 480 pixels and I scale it up, the default is not to do this to it. The default is to literally scale the pixels directly. Yeah, that's good. Oh, well, okay, so they actually mentioned this specifically for 3D, which I guess means you could already do it in 2D. People were just not using it in 2D. I don't know. Tile Atlas textures and texture rect. Okay. So if I know what an Atlas texture is, you have one texture that has like a full sprite sheet or something. Usually it's for icons. You would just have a single texture. Instead of like 100 textures, you would have one big texture that has like every single icon in the same size, and you would look up in there. So I guess you couldn't tile a specific icon before, or a specific section. Follow moving objects in the 3D editor. Sure. Also, the scene looks pretty cool. I like this fog. This actually looks really cool. I'm more interested in what this project is, because that's, I don't know, it just looks cool. Focus shortcut twice. Automatically follow an object. Okay. I'm assuming this text up here in the top says following. I see W-I-N-G. They cropped it kind of hard. Well, I say they cropped it kind of hard. What's more likely is this person's using like an ultra wide monitor for some reason. Because this already looks wider than... Yeah, this is already wide. This video is already wider than 16:9 or whichever way that resolution goes. And it's still cropped on the sides, as if this is like even wider than that. That's pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to use it. I'll try it and see if I like it. Signals and properties now use a monospace font. Cool. By disabling, yeah, okay, so it's changed the default. Copy and paste sections of the inspector. Okay. Don't make, this does not need to be this large. Move this up there. This is way better. This is way better than following that. How did they decide that this should have been a small thing? You can't even see what's happening. Okay, so basically, he's gone to this player character. He right-clicks it. He says copy all the parameters from this group. And he clicks the other one and hits paste. That's literally something that I am abstracting away from myself right now. It's straight up something I'm basically abstracting away by doing this. Otherwise, I could just go copy, paste, and like be done in 6 clicks. Okay. Still, I think it's better because the alternative is still to do that like 18 times. So I would still prefer to have this resource thing. But if I had like if I had like 2 legs, the copy pasting is probably fast enough that I don't need to make an abstraction. Fold groups and subgroups in remote scene inspector. It was possible to fold property. Stop the video. Oh, yeah, okay. I would honestly call that a bug. In the remote view, you don't get any of these organization things, even though these are like, even though this block, this like title that says Rigid Body 3D with the image, even though this block is like in the property list and it's there, and this like mass distribution thing is a section in the property list that says here's a subgroup, the remote inspector just ignored those and didn't display them. And it would just, well, I think it still displayed this, maybe, but it would not display those and just lay everything out. So I guess now they just made that not be ignored. Mesh library. Okay. 2D scene painter. Stop the video. Stop the video. Stop the video. Scenes quickly using tile maps. Some setup for projects not already using tile maps. With a grid pattern. Scene tiles are not considered nodes. Scene paint mode. Okay. That's neat. Yeah, I know that used to be like a node. You have to set up a node. That's better. Though it does feel like it kind of immediately negates the whole purpose of what tile of that entire node, which was designed to do exactly that for you. Project Manager depicts version discrepancies. Okay. Find quickly. Flip those 2 words. Quickly find the node or resource to create with the new. You'll be able to filter. I don't know. I think this whole thing already just kind of sucks to use in the first place. I kind of wish recent was actually a section up here at the top and it contained a little more. It would also be nice if newly created resources would appear in some way. Because I always just use the search no matter what, because it's there's too many in it. There's too many choices. Remote tree inspector. Now properly display non-exported enum No way to distinguish normal integer variables from variables that held a value from an enum. Okay. Reveal the current script in the list. Okay. I mean, I think if you're doing that, close the scripts that you're not working on. Unified editor 3D view manipulation. .3D camera controllers for the editor and embeddable game are now unified. 3D camera configurable. Stop the video. Remove shortcuts for view manipulation. What? What is it talking about? Embedded game. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Are you able to, with an embedded game, just like spawn an independent camera and then fly around the camera? Rotate 3D nodes intuitively with trackball style rotation. That wasn't already possible? Interesting. Cool. Dynamically generated properties such as menu items are not documented. Properties generated dynamically. Cool. That's nice. Improve the appearance of the built-in help. Before. After. Okay. I mean, sure. Animation editor nodes are now collapsible. That wasn't possible? Okay. Queens can wait for signals. Cool. Only download the templates you need. Okay. Built-in, sure. Identify distinct keyboards and mice. Ignore controller events when your game is unfocused. I mean, I feel like this is just a thing that you learn when you're I don't even have it right now, but your application doesn't have to be focused to receive input, technically. It never does. I don't actually know if I have anything here that does that specifically. This is like managing pause state and mouse capture state. I feel like that's just something that you need to do yourself. I'm glad it is not enabled by default, because I think it's something you're supposed to do yourself. I mean, I guess it could be like a setting, like auto pause when unfocused, or some of the other things. I mean, I guess it'd be fine if that was like something in there, but there should definitely be a thing you can turn on. A uniform buffer. Okay. I'm trying to remember exactly what that means. Unique environment uniform memory pool would be good to speed up the running process. So because sharing the same memory pool across passes adds copy dependencies that often... Okay, that's cool. Clear coat. I mean, I think clear coat's just like kind of insane and not really good looking. But sure. 3D particles scale and rotation cannot be tweaked. I mean, this is a really cool effect. Did that just invert? Did it just flip inside out? Yeah, they are inverting. Interesting. Oh. This is for VR, I'm assuming, right? Because you can see, I mean, they're even like flashing the... Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, foveated rendering, yeah. Composition. This is all about VR. Honestly, like whatever a guide does for action mappings, Godot should just like say, hey, guide is built in now. Just build a guide into it. Picture in picture. You couldn't do that before? Stop, 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 stop. Moving and resizing the embedded game window. Then what's the point of the embedded? Okay. Orientation changes in the script editor. Okay. That, I mean, Android editor, making a game directly on your phone, you must be insane. I was just thinking like you have a monitor or something, a vertical monitor, and you just want to... I guess that's not what this is for. I just so hope no one is like... This is like you're like on the plane. Like this is the only place I could understand this. You're on the plane, you're on a bus or a tram or something like that, and you're like, you know what, I'm just so bored. Let me just pop it open really quick and like do a couple lines of code. That's crazy. Tracing tool. What do you mean tracing? Allow implementing Java interfaces from GDScript. Touch support for Wayland. Project's GD extensions are not displayed in the project settings. Why is it not an image of that? Cool. Oh, look! My name is there. My name has appeared. My name's right there. What does this go? Oh, this just opens that. I've only got one merch PR. That's cool though. Neat. Wait a second, what? Hang on. Page revision? Text and revisions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eight people read this line and thought it was fine. Where is it? Oh, gosh, I know where it was, on this side of the screen. Yeah, this. 8 people supposedly read this sentence. One of the most long-awaited features in Godot's GUI system has been to be able to... It's just too many... Like, delete this section. Has been to... I mean, maybe just the whole start of the sentence is kind of poor. Maybe the whole sentence should be rewritten. But that's... No, 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 no. No way. Alright, cool. The vertex snapping and the scene tree improvement is kind of the big thing there. Actually, you know what I wonder? Oh yeah, this one actually has the same problem too. Oh no, it doesn't. It actually does allow you to split it, though it's a bit weird. I can drag it out in between here. Or I say drag it out, not really. Alright. Continuing with this. Where am I at? I have this. I have the setting. I've determined I just need to rebuild the whole thing, and I can't save because the parts are... No, hang on. The parts... Yeah, it was because I don't want the prepare to actually build. I want the build to be very specifically behind a button that I press. Like, let me just make this button be rebuild crawler. Yep. Well, push error isn't actually a toast. That's... Yeah, I should actually do this every time. I'm specifically looking for... Yeah, I think I specifically mean to, like, delete the chain and then build the chain. I would call this, and then... You know, how about I... Maybe I could do this. Maybe it could be like a pop-up that shows and says... Okay, the way I'm thinking about this is that remove chain takes the resource you want to try to get rid of, and then it takes like a force option. So if the force option, how would I do that? Let me just do this. Whoa. Wait, the physical skeleton has an editor? Method? Oh, yeah, these are... Yeah, okay. Editor update joints. That one's probably just getting deleted. Editor remove chain, like physical bone chain. Oh, as I'm calling this normal remove chain. And then this has to pass, and if it fails, I'll just push error. It's gonna be the whole thing. All that. Okay. And then we just stop. Yeah, I don't really want it to continue. I just want to stop. If any of them fail, I just want to stop right there. And then build change should be the same way every time. Though this can fail, this is supposed to be able to fail. Yeah, it can return null. So if it returns null, then that's an error. Yeah. So I need to make sure that's respected. All right, so now I want to have a remove chain and an editor remove chain. then I think I want to have it. Okay, so I think the editor will do the scan to check for any nodes, and then remove is just gonna, it's just gonna do it. It's not gonna do any checks. Or rather, maybe it should be like, yeah, let me see this. Thinking about like a boolean that's like check for unowned, default to true. So I have to turn it off. But then I also kind of like when booleans are default false. That's kind of my preferred. It's like a flag you have to set kind of idea. Could be, yeah, it could be like delete unowned. Connect it to this. Here's one thing that I actually I don't know how I feel about this. When called, the bound arguments are passed after arguments supplied by call. And that's how it calls it. So if I were just to say bind true, it would only set editor mode. It would set editor mode to true, which I think is just confusing. I think bindings, yeah. Binding should be applying to the first argument in the list. So when I run call, my arguments are being passed after. Yeah. At least the way that I perceive it is that if you provide someone a bound function, you're kind of saying, hey, I know that you might pass a value, and I have a custom function that is intended to be bound, right? The function is meant to be bound usually. At least that's how I've used it. Anytime I'm like passing a function onto some other caller, it's because it's a custom function that I've written that I want to apply certain parameters to the front of it. Because the caller might be expecting the caller might be expecting a signature that's like 2 integers, and I have I have a custom function that has a Boolean flag and then 2 integers. So I would bind to the Boolean flag and pass it on to pass it on, and now it calls with the 2 integers, and those are applied after my bindings. In this case, it says that bound arguments are passed after arguments applied by call. So in that case, I just have to restructure my function. But I don't know, it just seems odd. It's sort of changing the assumption of where the abstraction is happening. It's making the assumption that the caller already knows that the first 2 arguments are going to be what it expects them to be. And yeah, it's actually sending it back to yourself. It's actually sending the problem back to yourself. Or just making you think extra about how you're supposed to organize your custom function that uses a binding before it's provided to someone else. Especially if a caller is expecting to receive a function and then call bind on it. Because now that caller, if it's been provided a function with... Yeah, because now that caller essentially has a function that says the front 2 are what it wants. And when it calls bind, it's actually going to be applying backwards. Or not really backwards, but it's going to be applying to the last parameters. So it kind of breaks it, because maybe the caller is expecting a function that starts with the 2 arguments. So it'll say, okay, let's call bind to set my 2 values and then pass it on through so that they can get the next parameters. So that means binding doesn't work like that. You can't, that actually prevents that from being possible. I can't send a function down a line and have everyone set their parameters. I have to do it backwards. Or I have to change my function so that everything is backwards. So the last 2 is what the first guy gets, the next one is what the next guy gets. Yeah, now that I'm thinking more about like how it can be used, it does not make any sense that bind should apply to the last parameters, or starting from the end. Or that parameters in call take precedence over bound parameters. It's making an assumption that a caller is expecting to receive a bound function, so they could call unbind and then change the binding. That would be the point of it, I think. But that's just weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why is the receiver anticipating a function that is being provided to be bound so that it could unbind it? Yeah, unbind I think just kind of doesn't make any sense either as a concept. And I think that the fact that unbind exists is exactly why this one has to be provided after call. That's crazy. Who would write code like that? Someone insane, I think. Someone who likes to think more about what's happening on a line of code instead of just looking at the line of code. Yeah, that's like super backwards. That's such a weird way to do it. It's like systems like an event system where you say something has a low priority in order to receive the event first. It's like, what? I've seen event systems programmed like that. You have to provide, like, there's a priority thing. It says low priority. And it says low priority events receive it first. I don't think that makes sense. Because they can cancel it early. I would think a high priority should get it first. I understand the assumption is that if you have like 2 receivers, the high priority has the final say in what happens. But then the The opposite is strange, where the low priority receiver can stop the event early. I think you should really think about like a flow. High priority stuff should be running first, so that they can do whatever they need to do to the thing. The other option where it's like determining the order of operation. I mean, yeah, actually, I think that's it. Priority should just always be relevant to the order of operation. I say something has a high priority so that it happens first. I think that is what makes sense. It's like saying, I don't know, you have a high priority order at a restaurant, so let's make that last. Let's make that one. Let's give them their food last. That doesn't make any sense. Priority ordered list. I mean, you can still have it where high priority is 0 and low priority is a high number. That's probably still fine, because that just makes sorting a little bit more straightforward. But you shouldn't say something is a low priority and it happens first. Something is a high priority and it happens last. That's crazy, I think. Because in that same exact system, I've seen devs make that mistake where they say, this event has the highest priority, and it's like, I can make my low priority thing happen before you. So you never even receive it. Okay, I'm going a little bit crazy with some of this. Missing a physical skeleton. I mean, like I said, this kind of thing is never going to be fixed because it's open source and it always has to be forward compatible. That just needs to be totally reversed at some point. In fact, I think it should have never been written like that. People just accepted and said, oh yeah, I guess that's the API, we'll just take it. You would never see an API change like that from an open source project. You see it all the time from closed source projects. Not really closed source. I mean, I've seen certain APIs, in air quotes APIs, that just get changed with no versioning and no warning. And it's like a public JSON API, and the whole point of it is that it's supposed to be an API, and suddenly it just changes. And like it breaks apps. Which, I mean, it's fine if they want to change it because there's some performance benefit, or just something totally insane, a totally ridiculous decision very early on that needed to be reversed is finally reversed or fixed. But you can't do that. They just won't allow it. Compatibility. Okay, so edit remove chain. This needs to pass. It just needs to pass this straight to it. And then the intention. I will let it be a default because it doesn't really have to be specified. Editor remove chain. Do I need the editor remove chain then? Yeah, actually, I think I can just remove that. I don't need to call it. And then editor mode, I guess, can just go away. I don't know what else I would be using it for. Though, actually, it would be kind of nice if... Okay, no, I know why. Because if it fails and returns false, it can do another scan and check. And then ask, hey, I found these nodes, do you just want to delete them anyway? Kind of thing. Or it can do a pre-check. And so... No, because the editor would do pop-ups, and I would like... In that case, I want the editor to do that. How can I do this? Because otherwise it would be like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? And then it would do it again. And in fact, it would like print it every single time. Yeah, let's just say that. Okay. Skilled remove chain. If not, error should be above. Yeah, I kind of think what I would like here is, I don't know, maybe this should return true or false. Maybe it should return true or false. I don't know. What I'm thinking of is that the pop-up says, do you want to do this? I hit OK. And then if there's any nodes that it wasn't able, that are preventing it from deleting, it would do another pop-up and say, the list of nodes, and say, do you want to delete these? Or do you want to cancel? And that's what would happen. And if I hit cancel, I stop everything. If I hit delete, I would continue. So I guess that has to happen per chain. Okay, so let's do this. I'll bring the Boolean back. And I make it first, in fact. So that's going to be false. That's going to be true. And then I'll just run it like this, I think. And then say, if not success, if editor mode, then I can say, well, if editor mode and not. In fact, I think the thing is, it just returns true if it's been deleted and returns false if it's not. Let me say that. Oh, this is so long. Okay. So basically this returns false. This is supposed to return false. False means a chain node existed and it was not deleted. So if editor mode, I'm going to I guess I can look for it myself. So well, actually, it'll be hard to figure out which one it connects to, right? I guess I got a methods like get chain. So this does this one. And then I guess I also check that it's valid. Well, I guess I don't really have to check that it's valid. Yeah, I can just kind of do this. Return this result. That's good enough. Load. They don't have to be owned. Um, yeah, let me just say this. Well, actually, can't I do like a scroll box? Like a scroll container? I think that's probably something I can do. Let me see if there's anything about scrolling. I'll just print it all. I won't worry about it. Okay, gotta take the dog out. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. Dialogue. Good old dialogue.dialogue text. It's great. I guess I won't make the assumption that this was the reason. So if it just keeps going. Jeez. Okay, and then this would be unknown children. The map. So I want to takes an element and turns a new element. Okay. What's the problem with this? Unindent doesn't match. This is why Godot is just so awesome. because of that. Specifically that. Unindent. You have to unindent correctly or else and this ain't Python anymore, like unindent. You didn't unindent correctly. That's a problem. You gotta unindent the right way. We're gonna be very upset with you. What the hell is that? I don't want that. I just don't want that. I don't want that. But I have to do it that way. I have to write it like this or else I'm just not happy with it. So, fine. And then I think this would be like... parts packed string array. Yeah, sure. That's probably going to be fine. You can convert an array of string to a packed string array, I think. Just do it like that. That's probably fine. Alright, so I set the dialog text, and then I want dialog. Can I know if it has been canceled? Because there's the signal that they are canceled or something. But how can I know if it was canceled without a signal? Okay, I guess I just don't know. Because I like to do an await in line here. Or would it be like dialog closed? There's nothing for when it closes. Viewport signal. That's crazy. There's not just a generic it's been closed signal. Helper function. But I mean, I guess that, but oh, that's just crazy. Is there... Yeah, this would be the preferred way to do it. Though I don't know if I really want to... Do I want to have that? Yeah, these would be nice. That would be ideal. A dedicated top-level function would be nice. And also, yeah, preferably passing an array. Prefer to pass an array. That would be preferred as well. Because then I can't create an array. I have to, like... I can't dynamically make an array. Yeah, and returning... Yeah, I think probably returning the index might be preferred. You have to give it an array and it returns the index of the first signal that fired for any. All of them, same thing with an array, but then you don't have a reason to return an index. Signal connections do not cause references. I've demonstrated that it does. It does. It actually does. Damn, dude. Someone just lied, and then like 2 people actually agreed with it. That's just insane. He's actually correct. Okay, maybe not about specifically JavaScript, but connecting a signal does reference the object because it creates a callable. The callable holds a strong reference to the object. So if the signal doesn't go away, which the signal won't go away, or the object with the signal has to go away, if that object stays there, your object that you connected stays there. Though I guess the await any shouldn't do that then, right? Await any shouldn't keep it alive. Well, no, it's different, I guess. It is different. You should have to make sure that this one, like, gets deleted. Get the arguments the signal was called with. Yeah, that would be nice too. I mean, my issue right now is that confirmation is that windows don't just have a signal that they've been closed. I feel like they should just have a signal that they've been closed. When the Windows close button is pressed or when pop-up is enabled. This doesn't sound like it does what I think it does. I'm specifically looking for that it has been closed. Is there a way I can do this without doing a whole helper class like that? Can I make a signal inline? I can make a new signal, I guess. It's getting really nested now. Um, signal from an object. Constructs an empty signal with no object nor signal name bound. I can just make a signal and then call emit on it. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I think I just kind of do this. Unless maybe I'm about to see why. Why did that side just open? Did I open that side? And then I can do... And I think that should just work, right? Because I can call emit with it whatever I want. The declarations up here is more just like a utility, I think. Or like a... yeah, I can call emit with whatever I want. Cool, okay. So in these emit, they provide nothing, and this will just bind to the signals emit method, and then I can await that, and then I get the result, and then if confirmed, I will just try again. So if success, dang. I guess I have to write it like this. I am so sad about this indentation. La yo bit grow true yo phone. Thanks for that message, Danilin. Thank you. Otherwise, it was successful, and then we just let it go from there. And then if we have not confirmed, that's a return. What's wrong with this line? What's your issue with it? Confusable local declaration. Yeah, I guess so. Have a bunch of else's to handle. With that. And then else. It didn't find it, so I guess we're just fine to continue. Watch it. I'll consider it. Six seconds. No, I don't think I'll watch that one. I think I'll pass on that one. You get all the children. This works, right? The pattern can just be a star. Yeah. Okay, so we call remove chain. Remove chain. It's gonna do this check. So I should probably just call like get chain node. Yeah, just do that. And then if there's no chain, return true. If there is a chain, now I need to check. And I'll do a more optimal search without taking a whole list. It does not have this. I can immediately return false. Otherwise, I just check. Add it to the list if it has children to check. And then we just keep going like that, I think. And this does make it depth first. So it'll search as far into the list as possible, and then it will come out and do like that. Okay. And then if I make it to the end, I'm good. And then yeah, here I would just do like I have to get the chain root. Yeah, let me check it up here at the top. And then I think, how do I check this. I think I say that it can be anywhere in the chain root, but I can't remember. I will know by how I set this up. I think I've said that it has to be a direct descendant. It can't be not that way. For chain and chain list. Okay, so that's exactly how this one's set, so I need to look at chain list. How's chain list prepared? Assign, find children. It just finds all of them. Yeah, okay. Okay, so is it? I'll do this. If I don't have a chain, I do that. Then maybe I don't really care about that. Yeah, I think I'd probably just say like get the parent of the chain and then remove and then call. I have to do that. I can just do queue free. Literally all I have to do is run queue free. That's all I have to do. And then I just have to make sure that's not in the list anymore. So get rid of it from the chain list, and then we do chain node map. Erase chain. Yep. And I'll just make sure this is definitely right. Chain set ID. Get meta. Okay, so it's by the meta of it, actually. Though I do obtain it by getting it from there, so I should just call erase with the same thing. So yeah, I'll just do that. Erase the chain from the chain list, and then erase it from the node map, and then I call chain queue free. And then at the end I can return true. And then I guess I need to double check that anything here I've definitely cleared. Bone part map. Okay, I've made these read-only, which means I need to rebuild them. So I have to do queue setup, actually. Yeah, just do queue free, and then I do like queue setup. And that will eventually run. And then I think, yeah, I think I probably want to actually clear these at the top. Chain list is modifiable, yeah. Yeah, I think I want to say chain root node null. I want to clear like literally everything. And these lines can just come up here. So yeah, remove will keep a setup and then return true. And then I think running build is build just the same way. Build calls a queue setup, yeah. Build runs that. Okay. So we're good. I don't have any expectations that these things are changed as I go. Oh, you know what I can do? If not editor mode, or this was true, I can bring this up here. And this indentation falls out one level. Great. Slightly improved, but barely. Yeah, kind of barely. Improved indentation of that. If editor mode is not on, or this was already true, then there's nothing for me to try differently. You know, I kind of want to say that this should just say that should also be returned. Yeah, hang on. I can do it again. Awesome. Yeah, let me say if there is no, let me do this so it's obvious. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty good way actually to just have like some sort of default. Honestly, like looking at this, this is kind of, if this works, this is probably what it should be, right? Given the signals that I want to listen for. So if I were to say like, essentially what I'm saying is this is the pseudocode, right? So the equivalent code with like the improvement that would do this would be like, except in this case, I sort of have something extra here. Yeah, I guess if it's any, then it should be like, how can I access the result and the index? Because maybe I want both. I think one way that you can do this is to say like, this, which I think variance default to null, but I'm not entirely sure. Like this would be the pseudocode, right? I would write this, and however GDScript does what it does, it would create this code. This is the code it would create. It could just write this. Say, all right, for each of these, we're just gonna call this dot connect. We create a signal, just a blank signal, and we connect this signal to there, connect it to there, and then we await that to call one time. And then the difference here is that this would return the index of it, and I would have to give it a variant to contain that. I'm not entirely sure how this works, but I have seen that you can like provide a thing and it makes it a reference and it can write to that value. There might be one API somewhere that does this. Not passing an object or an array, but you pass just a variant, something with the type of variant, and it will write something into that. Well, actually, I guess it would just be an array, actually, because if it has multiple things, then it needs to be an array. So it could just literally be an array. Oh, that's perfect then. So the result would be an array of the parameters that were passed by whatever signal emitted first, and then the index is just the index of the signal that emitted first. At least in this case, I wouldn't need that. I would just check the index to be 0, and I know it was canceled, or index to be 1, and I know it was confirmed. So in that case, I could just write like an if. I could say this is confirmed. And probably set it to bool and then do like maybe something like that. And it would effectively generate this code. Well, not exactly, because like I said, it would return an index. That's a good idea, I think. Because if it's this simple to write it in place, I don't have to write a 50-line file. I can just do it in place like this. That's probably preferred. And then since it would just be like an injection somewhere in the code, in the GDScript, I don't have to do it. You wouldn't have to write any backend stuff to handle that. It would probably have to be like, if it was a built-in function, it'd probably have to be any signal. Instead of taking over the any and all keyword. So I think that's probably just... No, maybe it's fine because they do take over min, stuff like that. The issue that I have with built-in functions like that, which are always global, is because I can't write code like this. It's going to highlight it and complain about it and say, hey, you've named a variable the same way that a top-level function is named. Maybe I'm ready to test this. All right, maybe I'm ready to, yeah. But I may have to, the dog is telling me it's time for lunch. Hang on. Hang on. We will. Hang on. Reload. The scene has a misconfigured custom joint. A misconfigured custom joint? That just isn't correct. This is definitely not a custom joint. Why did that trigger? One to joint list size. Huh? How did that happen? Literally what? Literally what? That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. How is that possible? This is a size 1. This shouldn't have happened. Why are there 2? It's just the same one listed twice. Why is it the same one listed twice? What? Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I have an insert at the front and then I should be running, I should be saying continue. That makes sense. Okay, and it didn't do it this time. Great. I missed that message. Can you say oui, je peux parler en français, mais ma prononciation is mal. I don't think that's, I have no idea if pronunciation is that word, but I get everything else. My French is completely dead. That is like, that is kind of correct. Yeah, I know it should be that one. I think you're supposed to, Is that really how that phrase is? Je peux parler français. Parle français. I think, yeah, I think you're supposed to conjugate that differently. Mal isn't. Well, mal's correct. Mal. Comment ça va? Ça va mal. I'm bad. I'm not good. Correct, but not in this context. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I know they have. I like that's the thing that I dropped was like all the words and when you're actually supposed to use a word because there are words that are just different. Apparent. It was funny. I remember this in class. One of the students was speaking, like answering a question in French, and he used I don't know what it was, but he made a mistake, and as a joke he said "mon apologie," and just like imagining that that word existed. And the teacher's like, okay, hang on. That actually is a word and you shouldn't be using it. Like, don't say that. Not that it was like the incorrect word, but he was like, that's like, you shouldn't be saying that word. There's a something about the intensity of it. The intensity of apologie is way more than just a minor mistake, which is what he made. Conjugation, I can't. There'd be as different futures and past. Yeah. Are you gonna watch the World Cup when your country plays? I'm pretty sure the US does not play soccer. We call it soccer. I'm saying soccer because football is what it's actually called, but we have our own football, so I'm pretty sure we don't play that. Participate in that. That's like literally the rest of the world minus the US. Different presents too. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say anything about it because I don't. It's just been too long. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure you shouldn't have an unconjugated verb when it should be conjugated. It's not like it's not like it followed another conjugation. Objectively, soccer's more football than your nonsense football. Yeah. That's why, I mean, that's just why I had to say soccer, because the sentence I said was the US doesn't have football, or saying the US doesn't play football would be really odd. Just a weird thing to say, because that's our thing. Our football is our thing. So I have to say soccer for that sentence to even start to make sense. Okay, I'm gonna get food. I'm hungry. I think I was gonna test it. Parameter obj is null. Error connecting to signal blank during await. Okay, why did that even happen though? Why did that even happen? It shouldn't have failed. Unless, I don't know, any of these just weren't made with that. Okay, I'm just gonna manually delete it. Click rebuild. What just happened? I'm being screwed with again. I actually am being messed with. It broke something, and it's just like it has fake nodes that don't exist. They're fake nodes that don't exist, and it's just sure that they exist. I have an extra space here. Okay, so now I can click rebuild and it's not going to be weird about it. Failed to build part. Great. But the builder failed to create a joint for the resource named at either remove the custom joint resource or fix the cause of the builder failure. Yeah, that makes sense. Failed to build the chain for leg blank at blank. The error should be above. Okay. Well, that all made sense actually. So I'm gonna get food. I'll be back. I am back. I've got food, and I'm going to eat. What you eating? I've got pizza. I actually need to go get a knife. I'll be back. There are dogs playing in the yard outside. Red is very upset about it. They're okay. They're alright. Doing so well, puppy. Let's go over here. Come here. Look. 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 Good boy. They're okay. Good boy, they're okay. Good boy. Good boy. No. You're alright. You've got enough. I can't give you more. That's already more than you need. All right. Hopefully he won't just start barking. He's still gonna growl though. Nope. No. No. Good boy. Still growling. No. No. He's really trying to tell me, if you're gonna give me treats for not barking, then you may as well give me the pizza. Or he's just sitting down looking at my food. No. No. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. You're alright. Alright, I'll be back. I'm back. Blueprints will be removed in Unreal Engine 6. I mean, are you making that up? Also, I have a silly thing that I did. Whoop. Yeah. Okay. I guess since I got the error, I will go and implement it. Probably another node system. That just sounds weird because I remember them being like, their blueprints are. I even talked about it like a few days ago. I would honestly rather have a blueprint, a visual coding thing over like a custom script language. Because at least with the node construction thing, well, at least in my case, I'm doing such complex things, I'm like never using a blueprint. But then I'd just be able to write the code in probably JavaScript. I mean, that'd be the dream for me. But with blueprints, it's like that nodes can just individually go straight to like an abstract syntax tree. I mean, it literally is an abstract syntax tree. Abstract syntax tree. And you can basically produce machine code directly from it. You essentially could. Or at the very least, like, create, I don't know, some intermediate language, or just go straight to like C or C++ from it, whatever your native engine code is, and just produce text. And you could be sure that it compiles because your nodes are limited and what your nodes can connect to are limited. And if it doesn't compile, then it's a problem with your. It wouldn't be a user problem. Dude, you kind of like, Dallin, just like get a different phrase. It does not like that phrase. I have to accept it every time. So funny if Tim said replacing it with prompting. All right. Yeah, it's probably good enough. Sorry, what did you say? Phrasing? Daniel's message got held automatically by Twitch, and I said he needs to pick a different phrase. Hey, Daniel Fridman. Thought you meant me? No, Daniel. Because when he types that, I have to go in there and I have to click accept, and I'm not sure if I want to, like, make that an allowed term. Because I know how a Twitch report system can be. Okay, so the builder here did not return anything, which is expected because I haven't written it yet. Okay, so we get a lot of things. We get the chain, we get the part we're supposed to... We get the chain we're part of, with the part that we're part of, the main body, the parent body, and then a joint resource. I'll write it this way for now, because I don't think I'm going to have any other type. I think I can write this, because I can deduce that type from there. So it's a beam brass. Good. So I make the joint. And then I would apply its settings. Oh, right. Why are the positions like that? Oh, I just didn't cut them out yet. Right. But I have this. Set will be equal to set setting. And these will only have that. Then set setting would be all of this. Update joint when I think I've already got those, right? I think I've already got all that. Yeah, that should be, the setting should be everything. Yep. It's right beneath the set. Why does GDScript have different highlighting on GitHub than it does here? Weird. Classic. Daniel, if this is the third time you sent me something and I'm just not even going to look at it. Dude. Stop it. From the thumbnail alone, I was out. I'm a Rick, though. I'm right, though. I don't know. I'm about to fall asleep. Here's what I'm thinking. Whoa. Never mind, I'm not thinking. Okay, so beam span actually can't be in setting. Even though it's purely used for that. I have a bit of an issue there because yeah, the way that it should be set up is that I would be looking directly at a joint and determining that sort of thing. And also I say it's a helper, but I've deliberately included it in code. So it's not actually a helper. It is classic, you just don't have culture. You weren't there. I feel like I probably was there for that. I think I probably was. You don't, let me see. How old is that one? Yeah, I was there for that one. So no. I don't think I can say that's a classic. Is it, I just wonder, is it like I don't drink enough water? Because that one day I was like, I haven't had lunch yet and I feel super hungry. And I got like some pineapple and a protein bar. And then I had lunch later. Well, actually, I guess I didn't eat. That's actually all I ate. I just had that until 4 o'clock, and then I went and I got some more food. But I don't want to skip lunch. What if I just should, I don't know, eat less, I guess. Eat a smaller lunch. Like if I make a sandwich, I eat half of it instead. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if I should do that. I don't think I should do that. I think I should eat the amount of food that makes me that I want to eat. And how do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? Like I actually just feel like I'm gonna fall asleep, and I sleep well. Okay, I'll actually say tonight. Last night I didn't sleep as long as I want to. I still slept more than enough. Why is it called pineapple? What does a pine and an apple have in common to be mixed with somehow? It's actually really similar. It actually is. Pineapples have a core that you can't really eat. They're too hard to eat. And they look like a pine cone. They have that appearance. So I think it's actually a pretty good name. What can I do? What can I do? All right, here's what I said. I think I remember what I said. I think I said I was just gonna like interrupt. I think I said I was gonna stop the stream and then come back later. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to stop because I feel like if I do, I'm just not gonna come back. Definitely, if I do, I'm not gonna come back. And I don't want to run it. All right, let's just do this. I'm gonna try to wrap up what I can and get to a stopping point, and then I'll leave it there. What would this be? Like, I don't know. Like, I can't, I don't know how to multiply either. That might actually be like, how can I do this? That might be, how can I add something? I'm adding a banned word. This is actually a great use of this. How do I do this? Great. There we go. You should test it for me. I want to see it. Send that message again. Right, so the beam has to be out there. The crawler like has to create the beam joint. You were like Stalin and that one dude that was totally not in that one picture. Are you saying Hitler? Because then I don't know who you're talking about. He doesn't know. Yeah, I don't know. Beam joint setting beam resource. And then I guess prepare. This is meant for like signals. But if a beam joint can... Oh. But if a beam... If a beam joint can just be... Yeah, I'm toast. I'm toasted. Gosh. I'm totally gone. An image to Reddit. What have you sent me? Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. Who is that? Also, that's definitely not the original picture, right? Wait, is it? Because I feel like I recognize the picture. But I recognize the one where that person is not there. Is that like what is this? Alright, you know what? I don't want to know. If I find out on my own sometime later, then I do. But for now I don't want to know. And so historically illiterate. When I set the setting, I connect the chain signal to onsetting change, which calls queue update joint, which calls this deferred, which unsets that, which... And then I think beam joint needs to make it so that when this exits the tree, it will... Okay. My jaw suddenly really hurts. I don't know what that's about. But I can't wear my headphones anymore. Oh. Wow, that's bad. Am I dying? Not disconnecting, connect. What the hell is that? Oh my god. Wait, no, what? Hang on, it's supposed to be connect setting. Huh? I'm freaking out. Disconnect. I'm actually losing my mind. Connect. I hope not. What would it... Huh? Do you not care? What would it be of me Can you just try that one again? You just try that. Try it again. I don't understand that one. What would it be of me if you died? I don't know what that question is. I think you're having a stroke. Yeah, no. No. But I am losing my mind. Disconnect. I actually do. I gotta stop. I really do. I like freaked out there for like a second. I totally freaked out for a second. I thought what had happened is I wrote a method. I thought I implemented a method just now called disconnect resource. I typed in, no, sorry, disconnect setting. And I typed in disconnect and I hit enter and I saw a resource. And I was like, oh my God, I already have the method and I just wrote a copy of it. But no, there is no connect setting method. That doesn't, it's not here. I wrote connect resource. Did any of that make sense? Clearly having difficulty to read. I am reading your messages perfectly. In fact, I would say, not say this. When I was in like, not even kindergarten. I mean, yeah, probably like either kindergarten or elementary school, like really early years, like literally learning how to write kind of thing. I was like, wow, I know how to read at a pace that like is faster than everyone else in the class. And in fact, I can pronounce the words correctly. Meanwhile, other people are like, the chicken cross the, like, people were reading like that. I'm like, dude, I can read. I can say exactly what I'm looking at, and I'm very good at it. Disconnect resource, connect resource, set setting, does all that. And then the reason I wrote all that was so I have the enter tree, and I do connect resource, and then on exit tree, I do disconnect resource. So that way the resource isn't keeping me alive if the joint goes away. Even as a kid, you were already like that? It never, it didn't occur to me until a lot later in my life that some people were just stupid. But I do remember feeling annoyed in class. It is even funny because the teacher, I'm pretty sure, depending on like how good you are at reading, they would cut you off early. So if you were like struggling to pronounce the basic words, she would basically just make you say 1 or 2 sentences and then move on to someone else. And then they would read like a full page. So you were like a real life young Sheldon? No. No. I was just like, I can't believe the reading comprehension of these 5-year-olds in my class. Well, as I was also probably 5. I don't know what the ages were. I don't know how old I was at that time, but it was like literally learning how to read. Like first year reading and writing. All right, I've done that. That's in now. Clear. Build. Go. The builder failed to create a joint. Return beam joint. Oh, what did I do? Can't believe how everyone else around me sucked though. Well, I'm like clearly so smart. There was just a really big spread when we were learning how to read. In one, I mean, there was also there was another kid in that class who like is reading Harry Potter in between, just in the middle of the class. The teacher was even like thinking that she could catch him not paying attention sometimes when asking him a question about the content, and he would answer the question perfectly, and then you just go back to reading Harry Potter books. And yes, he was wearing glasses. He was wearing glasses. He was like that bored. He was like reading Harry Potter. Like every day of the school year. In class. I never read Harry Potter. But I knew it was a big book. I mean, even then at that age, when you're that small, that book looks even larger. And I'm like, dude, he's like holding a dictionary in his hands. Like he's just reading the dictionary. That's what it felt like. Is that it? That's all I gotta do, I think. I just set that and then it just goes and it's good. Oh, I guess I have to read the setting and figure out what we're attaching to. Because I'm also responsible for setting that joint. Node A equals... Actually, I think I should just do like Q... Yeah, this should just be like Q update joint. Those are node paths. All you have to read is the My Immortal fanfic. You have an extra word in there? Okay, so here is an issue. I mean, they're not going to move, so I guess that's fine. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say... I'll do this. And then what I do... It's not sure I'll underscore that. So I don't use it. What I'll do is... here when the part makes the custom joint, I do this, and then I say, make joint paths relative. Yeah, I know that this is gonna like reconstruct it, but I mean, it's gonna reconstruct it like several times. But oh well. It's more an issue of the fact that the joint rebuilds itself upon setting each of these things. All right. No errors happened. And I have this generic 6-degree freedom joint, which is actually a beam pivot joint, which means I should have set the name of it. But if I go here and I look at this, and it's in the wrong place because I never set it up. But that one's what? Oh, because it's right. Yeah. It just looks like it does that. That's interesting. Okay. Attached to main body. Did not fix that, but that's okay. Body B position, I have to open. Alright, let me make it so that this will name it. And I can make it so that these add child, force readable name true. The name will be the name of the resource, which would be nice. Okay. So yeah, doing that doesn't really work. And I also don't get a main body, so I can't even change that. But I mean, I can just click this and make it attached to that one, and then it will work. Okay, what is the position of this? In fact, I can just copy that position. Copy. Oh, I want like offsets. Huh. Well, actually, if I know that the leg this is assigned to is right there, then the position should be the same position as this leg, applying this offset to the main body. Maybe I'll be able to go a little bit longer because I actually feel better. I don't feel like I'm gonna fall asleep. So if we attach the main body, get the path to the main body. Right, I think, okay. I think I've got it. So the beam joints can have an additional offset. So that I can still share settings. But the beam itself, when I create it, the leg knows what the offset should be, and it can apply that. So then I just add that anytime I update the joint. Body A global transform times, I just add these two together. And I guess I'm supposed to capitalize it. Yep. Set point parameter this plus body A offset. Okay. So the color leg will add this offset. It will set the offset to just be it should just be the position of this leg. want to get a global position relative to this one. So this will be like global position. Offset will be equal to that. Great. Okay, so let's try rebuilding. No errors appeared. The nodes are back. This is now called tibia beam. It has the offset. It has this. Debug, show points, which now goes to the right place. Crawler bot. So I did body A position A. That's not moving. Is it because of the render? It might just be that the render is wrong. Yeah, draw debug points. It is wrong. Beam span. But I'm set correctly. What? I'm really confused why it's not updating. Why is it not updating? Are these not calling changed? Maybe these aren't calling changed. No, they're all emit changed. It's not calling. Do I not connect it? Set setting does this. Queue update joint. Oh, connect resource has to run. No, because I just built it. It should be connected. Because then I set it. And set setting goes through here. It's just weirdly broken again. That's cool. Great. Oh, so now you're telling me it's just going to start working. Oh, no, that still doesn't work. Okay, so we got to set setting, but it did not connect. It's not connected. It's not connected. What do you mean? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna freak out. Connecting, disconnecting. I think this is what's happened. Connecting, disconnecting tibia beam. Yeah, so it's disconnecting an old one. Rebuild again. Yeah, we disconnected that one. We connect that one. Setting dot changed. I don't understand. Why is it not running? It's not a tool. Ah. Reload project. Like, I think Godot should just warn you. Hey, you're connecting to a resource that's not marked as a tool. Or hey, you have a setter and your resources in I don't know. I don't know. You're connecting, like, it knows. The thing is, it knows. It knows. And the crawling actually does nothing for these. So Godot should just know things. It already knows. It already knows, and it has error messages for calling methods on things that are not marked as tools from a tool. It does that. It prints errors for that. I don't know why connecting to a signal from a tool doesn't do that. Because this is a tool, and I'm calling connect from a tool. Like, it knows. This is just one case that it doesn't check for some reason. It's like, hey, you're trying to access a placeholder instance from within a tool. Make sure that instance is marked as a tool if you mean to do this. Godot should not tell me how to do things. What? I'm just saying, it knows when it's not a tool. It knows. It has error messages specifically for trying to use things inside of a tool that are placeholders. And it says, consider adding tool. I'm like, oh, right. I forgot to do that. Right. Rebuild. Bam. Now, if I go here and I do this and I go here and I'm like, incredible. Incredible. Am I at like 0.5 or 0.4 or something? Well, actually, I think I want to be 2/3 of the way up the beam, which means collision shape 0.73. That's just 0.486 repeating. So I'll just do 4.9. No, I think I actually meant to do like 4/5. 5/8. Yeah, because I want it to be really far out there. Maybe if you were more friendly to Godot, it would tell you. No. I mean, yes. You're actually right. What was I printing? Did I already get rid of it? I'm still printing something. What exactly am I printing? There. This is awesome. And then the idea is I would I just leave that stuff for now. You're welcome. So tibia connects to main body, and then tarsus will connect to I need to make a new one. Well, I guess I can just make one, though. The letter B. The letter B. Oh great, we're not sorted like that. Beam. There we go. What the? What? Can we stop? I want to save this. What is happening? Yeah, that's hilarious. This is... Yeah, you're still gonna be that. Tarsus is always gonna be the same thing. I don't need unique ones for these. Okay, we close the whole thing doing that. Tarsus beam joint. The way that that opens like that is crazy. Put these at the bottom, or put these up here at the top, and then save. Yeah, so then I click here, and then I click rebuild, and I click OK, and then it's there. And then I click rebuild and then it's there. And then I click build and then it's there. What? Yeah, see that's why that just shouldn't have that, I think. That's just so easy to miss. It's way too easy to miss. So I'm gonna make that not do that. I do not want that to do that. Oh, now it's really obvious. And it's not like a little checkbox over here. I mean, honestly, the checkbox should be here. I should put it on this side. Put it right there. Okay, so now it's save. Then I click rebuild and then it's there. And then it's just there. And there it is. And I can set it up. Then I can just open the setting and change the setting directly. So body A, probably fine. Body B. Yeah, so the length of this, the mesh. Yes, of the mesh. 1.7, 4/5. 136. And then I think the other one's just halfway along the body. Halfway of this would just be the transform of 365. Show points. Looks good to me. Great. There's no additional offset. Connect to the right place. Okay, so this has an odd name, but I'll just ignore. I can't really ignore that. Why is that gone? Because it deletes it. Yeah, it deletes it. Unless is it calling Q free? Okay. So when I delete the chain, I do have to remove it as a child. And then I'll Q free. Okay, so now when I build, let me fix the name of it. Rebuild. No errors happened, and that's a good name. All right. Okay, and then I need to make it so that these, well, I guess not really. from here, I need to do this thing to mark them as like, I swear that these are custom joints. This insane line of code. Okay. Rebuild. And now they are faded out. Great. Okay. So now for all the rest of the legs. Yeah, I'm just gonna start with the front left leg chain, and then I'm going to save as. What the hell? What? You can't see this. What the hell? It's typing backwards. Godot, hello? I'm actually gonna explode. Why is that happening? Reload! Reload the project. Reload the project. Reload the project. Godot just went into like right to left mode for some reason. What's happening? What's happening? Is the insert key being held? Okay. How did I type? Okay, so it's definitely just Godot. Oh, there's an update. I don't want to update. Okay. I don't want to update. Why do you make me update? Steam, why do you make me update? I don't want to update. I do not want to update. Do not update. Do not update. No, do not update. Just don't update. Thank you. What is going on? Okay, so specifically this name is just totally fucked up. Because I can type in anything else, but I can't type there. Exactly this one is fucked. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's happening? What's happening? Is this emit changed? Is emit change doing that? If you're emitting change every time I type a character into the resource name, you're crazy. Yeah, until that day comes true, the compile counter will keep on rising. Well, actually, it'll keep staying low, I think is what the real thing is. It'll stay 5 or less. What are we at? I'm at 1. I'm at 1. It's been 1 day. Okay, so why is this messed up? Is it actually because of this? Is it actually this? It emits changed on every single letter typed in the name. Because that counter might drop to 0 right about now. Okay, so it's not? Or is it? Reload project. I'll figure out why it's doing this. It is. I'm not getting a printout here, but it is. It is calling set every time. Why? Q update joint. Does update joint notify property list changed? I don't understand what's happening there. If I go to edit and I start typing in the name, I still can't type in the name. Okay, so if I close the scene and I open it, delete that one. Now if I type in the name, I can type normally. Why are we lying to me then? Because I just wrote a print in here and it's not doing it. Is it the set? Is set happening? What is going on? On setting changed. Print. Setting changed. What's happening? Why is this happening? A bunch of sets. Okay. I don't care. That's fine. And when I go into here and I type in here, how easy was it to put a car in Godot? It was trivial, but it took a while. Okay, so I can't figure it out because I'm just so sure that I'm getting this signal, but it's not printing. Like I don't get what's happening right now. What's going on? It is only when I have the scene file open. If I have the scene file open, I can't change the name. Is it here? Does this have a set? This has a set. What does this do? So we're calling this set every single time. We're not. Changed, on chain changed, here. Refresh part list bone names. That is it. I'll actually just something, just anything. All right, there it is. Why are they like this? Why do they just make the changed signal provide the name of the property that changed? And then I could say, oh, is it the name? Okay, I don't care. Because I was thinking this happens if I literally swap out the resource. Specifically, if I swap the resource. So I don't want, okay, I don't want this. I don't want this. I only care about it when I literally change it. When it actually literally changes. When it literally changes, this is what I do. Now can I finally type in the name? Great. Great. Reload project. I want a car, but a car that is just a chassis. Everything else can just be added onto the car. That is how Jolt vehicle does it. But I mean, that's a whole engine modification that I made. It was really configurable. You have to tell it everything. You have to tell it like the wheels, where the wheels are, which ones are pairs, or if it's like a left and right wheel. The drive, whatever they are, you set up which ones are pairs. You'll say, this is your, I can't remember the name of it. This is the beam, and this is the differential, I think, and these are the wheels that are connected to the differential, like everything. So you can do that, because by default, the car doesn't have wheels with Jolt. You can have 20 wheels. You can have 3 wheels with one in the middle. Though I'm not sure, like, if there's a weird setup where, like, you would have to have a differential that's just a single wheel or something. So I said I have to figure that part out. It was to make the car have everything swapped out. You build the car yourself with the parts. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. You could definitely do that with Jolt, and I think that would make it easy because they would just have like their resource definitions. I mean, I'll here. Okay, I think I might have it. Okay, it's probably outdated because, yeah, it's definitely outdated. It's also in multiple different commits. Yeah, for the resources. Yeah, I wish the developers of Godot remembered that. It seems that they keep adding new nodes, and then the nodes don't have resources at all. The nodes are just a big chunk. The thing is, I think some of this stuff probably requires some additional things that I don't know. I like the way that it's set up because I made sure everything was with resources. Pretty much nothing else in the engine is set up with resources nowadays. But yeah, you know, maybe I should look into that. I think they would take that. I should probably look into doing that. You know what? I'll say that's going to be an off day. The next off day, I will do that. Tomorrow, actually, in fact. Tomorrow's Friday. I want Fridays to be do whatever I want days. So I will literally do that tomorrow. I'll make it a PR and I'll make it up to date. And then you could just pull it to your own thing and then build it. Assuming there isn't already a PR for it. Because, I mean, there just could be. Nope. There's not even an issue open for it. There's not even an issue. Is there a proposal? Okay, proposals are a bit different. Because I have to look at this one and I have to go to discussions to look at that. Not even a proposal for it. Discussion. Huh. That kind of sucks that there's not even a proposal or suggestion for it. But I mean, I've already written all the code. I've basically already written all the code. Hopefully some of it isn't changing the Jolt engine itself. Because if it is, then I have to figure that out. So it should just be, yeah, okay. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Oh, man. Because I've already written all the code. Oh, if the body changes, I have to do this. I still need the method for it. A day at a time. Thanks for the tip, though. Yeah, I mean, if you're making like a real project with that, then with Godot, I guess I'll make that be a thing tomorrow with the resources, and then it should just be really easy for you to do what you said you want to do with that. I need to get that method back that I just deleted. Where did it go? Control Z until it comes back. Control Z is not working. Because I've restarted like 10 times. It's a drift car project, so it should be fun. Oh yeah. You really want Jolt physics engine then. Engine building. Have you looked into Jolt and how much it has? Because it's like I might say they went a little bit excessive on how many things you can actually do with a vehicle. Let me go look at it. Physics, vehicle. So you have the vehicle engine. This one's like pretty simple stuff. There is, yeah. So you have a torque curve. You can create the torque curve. So you can have like presets for torque curves and things like that. Then you have transmissions, which define all the gear ratios. Auto shifts, so you can set to automatic shifting, and then you define where the shifts happen at. There's friction, so it can slow the vehicle down while shifting, or slow down the engine while shifting. And then differentials is where you just define a left and right, and then if it's open or whatever. So that I went through this. Yeah. Jolt has like everything for vehicle. I'll be damned, so I have to write this by hand since Jolt already has it built in. Yeah, it's got like it has a proper. There's probably more. I mean, if you want to get really into it, I'm sure there's a lot of things that Jolt is not simulating that might be there. But like, for what I wanted, I just needed a vehicle and to be able to customize it a little bit. Prepare for handcrafted artisanal slop. Yeah, I think the coolest thing is that the engine has a torque curve. And I didn't even look at the wheels. So if you're doing drifting, you can set, is it here? I don't think it's there. It's kind of in a weird place. I think it's in like vehicle constraint. No. Oh, wheeled vehicle controller. They have the wheels a little bit odd. Okay, so the wheels you can set up their friction curves. So at least it says it right here. Friction in the forward direction of the tire, so which way it's going, and then friction in the sideways direction of the tire. So depending on the angle, so I guess if you're, I don't really know what these would look like for drifting, but I would assume it'd be like when you're at a high 90-degree angle, like the tire's going like this, you turn the friction down, or you just don't have the friction too high. Like it'll go up a little bit and then drop off. So then you can actually slide around. You can set the wheel shapes and sizes and their mass. At least I think you can set the mass, maybe. No. They don't actually have mass for the wheels. They have inertia, which I guess is close enough. You can provide the inertia value that you want given a certain mass and size. So if you know the radius and the mass you want to have, you would calculate the inertia of it. That's how that one works. Toe angle Ackerman. Yeah. That's in, I don't actually know where that is, but they do have that. I think that's for differential. No. Was it here? That is also in here. I just don't remember where it is. Is it really not this one? Oh. Oh, no, I think I know how they do it. There's an example. Yeah, so they have a bit of a strange way of doing it. Their example has a calculation. So if you type in your camber, toe, kingpin, caster, all of that, they calculate the angles that the wheels are supposed to have based on that. So they have the front suspension direction is that, Steering axis is that. The up and the forward. So there's at least an example here of how you could take those values and calculate the setup for the wheels. The positions of the wheels. And then those just go straight into the settings. All right. I'm already melting this information. At least what, yeah, definitely a lot. But the good thing is it's all here. You don't need to really... You can focus on maybe the more fun stuff. Instead of like starting with the simulation. Get a synfet, so I'll be documenting things. Nice. Okay, so there was something that I noticed. Front. So now that that's been fixed, I think. Unless I got too distracted and forgot to do something. Oh, right. The actual... That, yeah. Okay. Now, when I duplicated this ID needs to be cleared. So I don't know how to make that work. I guess I can check to see if the path changes. If the path changes, I should probably clear it. I guess I could just recalculate it every time. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Every time I make one, it just recalculates it. Physical skeleton does this. Must I do it every build? I mean, it's more just an issue that the thing itself is obtaining an ID. Why am I doing it this way? I'm doing it this way to link a resource to the chain. Alright, let's do this. I'll just rely on that. So I'll just say get unique ID. We'll return the int, and it does all of this. It does the resource UID, text to ID, path to ID, what? Text to ID, resource loader, get resource UID, resource path. No. No, that's not it. It's... hide that. Can I make it so something is not a copy? I can't. When I make that, I mean, that's still the issue. I have to obtain it every time. I can't prevent this thing from copying. Can't that? What about like no copy? No copy. Don't copy this. How about this? If the resource path changes, then I get it. Then I know that my ID has probably changed. So I can do that. So I check if guess unique ID is not resource UID invalid, and last resource path is still my current resource path, then I can return that. Otherwise, I need to calculate it. In fact, I think I just write this. And the pattern for getting this is set meta somewhere. It would be chain. ID to text, get resource UID. Resource loader, get resource UID. Okay, that's how this works. All right. And then cached unique ID is an integer. What's your problem with that one? Argument what should be a string but is an int. Oh. ID to text. Okay, so I just returned that. Is that really not already a thing? Yeah, it's not, because it's just dumb. You get the scene local UID, but you can't get the actual resource UID. Okay, so it was in skeleton. It's actually called generate. And what I mean to say is get unique ID is that. Then I think this one's just an error. Called with an invalid. Yeah, that's not right. Yeah. Okay. Front right leg, front right. And these actually wouldn't really change. Yeah, these settings definitely don't change. It's still a front back joint. That joint is still the same. So yeah, nothing here changes. But what does have to change is this. That had to change. Save. Scene. Build. Okay. Errors. Text to ID. What? It's not, yeah, it's not even a thing. Invalid assignment of index to int. Where? You are actually just fucking trolling me. The hell is that? On a placeholder. That's the exact error I was talking about. It suggests make sure the thing is in tool mode. Hey, it actually is in tool mode. Godot, I think you're just dumb and you forgot. I still have like a print somewhere around here. Where would that be? Is it here? 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 Gosh. Where is it? There. Delete that. Invalid access to skeleton on null. Huh. Consider rebuilding the chain. Could not find a chain using the resource named blank. Yeah. Rebuild the chain. Bang, no error. Right leg chain and right leg chain 2. Why are there 2 of them? Okay, let's just delete. Delete that. Try this again. Go. I only got the right. Cannot call remove child on a null. Gonna lose it. Failed. Could not find unowned nodes preventing removal. Errors should be above. I'm even surprised that that happened, honestly. Okay, rebuild. No errors that time. I still have a front right. Okay. Do not tell me. What are you doing? Why are you looking at that one right now? Did I mess up? Quick load. Front left. Can we do the left leg? Left leg. Front right leg. Front right. Okay. That's why we're getting 2. And I don't know why then it's complaining that it doesn't... Whatever. Rebuild. No errors. I have even more of these nodes appearing. Cannot reliably represent... What? What are you talking about? 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 What number? Where? What number? Where's this number from? And I can't do the copy because this thing sucks. Oh, I can. Yeah, so that number just doesn't exist anywhere. I don't know what it's thinking. Cannot reliably represent. What are you talking about? What number? That number doesn't exist. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is that number? Whose number is that? That's not an exported property. I'm actually going crazy. What is that? That's not a property of anything. Is it like... Huh? Save the node. Okay. Rebuild. Cool. No errors. And I do that. This prints. What? Where is that number? Where is that number? Where does that number come from? 11979. This is not an exported property. Okay, well, I guess we just don't, don't control click these, and then we're fine. Clicking them individually is okay, but control clicking, it's like, oh, you've got a... That number's too big for the inspector. What number? I literally can't find that number. What are those numbers from? Okay, but anyway, are the legs here? I've got two front legs. The right leg. Does this look correct? Debug. I would say that's correct. Debug you. I would say that's correct. That seems right to me. Awesome. Okay. I'm going to leave it there. I can tell. I'm getting a little bit crazy. I'm going to go on crazy. Yep, and they're now facing the right way too. It's good. Delete those. And I'll get to them eventually. Okay. Common parent is null. I'm getting mad. I'm actually just so mad. What are you talking about? What are these numbers that you say you can't represent in the editor? What common parent? Can we give stack traces? I have no clue what that error came from. I don't know where this one came from. What property? It knows what property. It knows like a property name. It doesn't even print the property name. It just says this value is too big. I'm not going to tell you what node or what property this value came from. Parameter common parent is null. Just like what code of mine got there? Where is that in the engine? useless. It's useless. This is an error just to like, it's just an annoying error. I can't fix that. Well, I can, because I know this is most likely called, because common parent only has like a couple places that exist in the code. I mean, it could be here, actually. It could be in packed scene. Parameter, common parent is null. Maybe this is not. I don't know. But it's like, at least print the function that called it. You could at least do that. That would be helpful. Because sometimes it's like value node is null, and I'm like, okay, I literally cannot track down that error. I literally can't track that down. Who knows where that came from? Oh, this actually gives me a line number. 2354. Node. Go to the top. 2354. Two, 3, 5, 4. There. Get path 2. So I just know that somewhere I've called get path 2, which I have that in several places. Most likely, it's probably not there. It's likely this one. I'm trying to print an error. But then I'm extra confused. I guess if this one's not in the tree. But then I'm gonna do all this and it's not even gonna start printing it, because then I'm like, that's the funny part. It's not even gonna start printing it after I fix it. And I just fixed it everywhere. Or did I? No, I didn't get this one. Yeah, see? It's bugged. This is a bug. Some fake node exists that's just running code, but the code isn't being updated. Definitely not that one. It could be this one. Crawler character could be doing it too. And then it's not. So it's not those. I don't think it's that one. Because this is a build, so we're not adding a node here. And then I've guarded all the other ones. And it's definitely not this one. 100% it's not that one. don't even have any of those in my scene. Oh, that's open now. So, yeah, it's fucking with me again. It's fucking with me again. The only way to fix that... Actually, can I fix it by closing the scene? Does that fix it? Hit save. Oh, look, it's gone. There's just literally some fake node somewhere in the scene that exists and is doing this. And I can't even track it down because it's like it doesn't even exist. I update the code and it doesn't... That object doesn't run the new code. So... And I've put so many guards around it, so hopefully by now I get that, and I'll start printing an error eventually, wherever that was happening. Because I don't even know what code could be running. Okay. Alright, I gotta stop. I am going crazy, so... I can commit what I've got. That's a lot. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's just maybe it's only a few things. No, it actually is quite a bit. And it continue, yeah, so there's some bug fixes. Extra space, stuff like that. General improvements. I have the remove, the rebuild. What is this? I changed the unique ID to be constantly updated. So when if I duplicate one, it's going to see that its path changed, and then it's gonna fix that. But still have it cached, so it's not gonna... Because the thing that sucks about that, and that I just really hate it, is it obtains the ID by opening the file. It goes to the operating system and says, hey, open this file so I can read the UID. And I don't understand that. I feel like there should just be a map that exists. There must be a map that exists, and it just doesn't do that. So I have to go this roundabout way of obtaining that value. It is only for building. At least it should be. No, actually, I think in loading it does that too. So that's going to be like... God. Whatever. It's probably fine. I mean, it's only going to be opening the same file. Like, well, I mean, maybe there's like an optimization when it's... No, because it literally calls open. It goes like F open or something. So it actually is definitely opening the file every time. Gosh. Alright, whatever. Whatever. I don't know what to do about that. I'm like out of patience somehow. I don't even know what dumb things have happened. Actually, it's just been Godot. Godot's just been like hitting me with random errors of ghost objects that aren't being cleared. And I still don't know how that is happening. I think I'm adding everything but that file. Yeah. Add beam joints. And okay. There we go. Has he possibly looked at this in this time? Probably not. It was this tab? I'm sure it was this tab. I can find it. Just gotta go back 20 windows. This is me looking for, and that's as far back as it goes. Okay. Yeah, so if I have this open and I like browse to a different page, it marks it as like a red notification. So I like actually miss it. I actually don't end up seeing the message. Because I thought this might have happened, and it did. A lot of those reboot the joint and lose warm starting info. Should we refactor it at some point in the future? Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't have been written that way in the first place. It was dumb to write it that way in the first place. Okay. Cool. Approval from the physics man himself. Okay. Well, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to... Yeah. I mean, I really don't like that there's no issue. There's not even a discussion about getting Jolt vehicle in here. But... I mean, I don't know. It's definitely desired. I wanted it. I'm sure other people want it. Godot vehicle is kind of terrible. Jolt vehicle is just sitting there waiting to be used. And I've already written all the code. But fortunately, no one else has a PR. There's not even a... I mean, I guess on the bright side, right? There's no PR, there's no issue, there's no proposal. So... probably no one's working on it. You know, what are the odds that I get on tomorrow and I submit it and then someone else is in the middle of doing it and they also submit something? Unlikely, I think. Alright, but that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna make it up to date. and try to get on a PR. Take care. Yep, you too. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.